Hello, friends. How's everyone doing? If you can't already tell, I don't have a voice, or I barely have a voice, so I am struggling today. I got really sick Sunday night into Monday morning, so hopefully you guys can even hear me. I don't know if you can. I'm fingers crossed that you can. I tried to even move the microphone like closer to me so that I don't have to talk as loud to get the sound to reach. So, needless to say, we will be taking it very easy this evening. I won't be doing a ton of talking. It is Christmas Eve, so I'm also not anticipating that there will be a ton of people here because people are going to be out doing family things or last minute like Christmas prep stuff, wrapping presents, cooking, whatever the case may be, Christmas parties, etc. Which I obviously can't do any of those things because I am still likely contagious. So I am going to be continuing with my painting that I started last week on sprints, and I'm going to be starting Merry Christmas, You Filthy Animal by Megan Quinn. That is going to be the plan. Normally, during the second sprint, I would make dinner, but I haven't really been eating much food the last like 2 or 3 days. I probably haven't had a full meal since Sunday night because, yeah, Monday, Tuesday, what is today, Wednesday? Yeah, I don't think I've had a meal since Sunday night. So, yeah, I will probably at some point like eat some watermelon. All I've really been able to keep down is like soup and fruit. So I will probably at some point, thank you, Mel, had to represent for the Stranger Things crew in like also the background, as you could tell, is very Stranger Things coded because volume 2 drops tomorrow. But yeah, anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, how I haven't eaten anything really besides fruit and soup. And I wasn't even able to eat fruit. Wasn't able to eat soup until yesterday. So I think Monday I had like one orange. That was all I ate the whole day was one orange. Tuesday I think I had two oranges. Ooh, I had two oranges and I had some apple slices, some like dehydrated, like these ones from Target, these like dehydrated, unsweetened apple slices things. Been eating on those, and I had some watermelon. And so today has pretty much been the same thing because my stomach can't really tolerate anything else. Even like the thought of eating anything else makes me nauseous. So it's gonna be a super light evening. So if you guys are like looking to be entertained, I'm so sorry to disappoint. If this is your first time here, this is not a great first impression. I am so sorry. But yeah, we're gonna dive into these comments and then we're gonna jump into a sprint so that I can go back to relaxing my throat. I'm having issues with like my chest and like coughing and breathing and stuff. So there will probably be times where I'll have to mute so that I can like hack up a lung. So I apologize for those moments. So sorry that you'll have to bear witness to those. I don't think I'll have enough time to both mute and turn the camera off so you don't have to visibly see that happening. Because it kind of just like sporadically happens. Like it surprises even me when it happens. I don't have any like prep or warning. Also, my throat has been not drying out because I've been staying really well hydrated. I will say that. Been staying really well hydrated. So my throat isn't like dry, but like at the same time, it feels like it's dry. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I'm not even going to try to explain it because it's not going to make any sense. But because of this thing that I'm experiencing with my throat and it feeling like it's dried out, that causes me to like start choking and stuff. So just bear with me this evening. I will try to not have you guys, have to deal with any of those things, but just forewarning you for what may be to come this evening on sprints. But let's see what you guys are up to. Also, I did not wrap any presents. We talked about the wrapping thing. I don't wrap gifts. That's far too difficult. Um, I don't have anything that really needs to go in a bag. Well, that's not true. I got like a cute little K-pop Demon Hunter. Hopefully she's not watching this, but I got like a cute little K-pop Demon Hunter sweatshirt for my god sister, and I got her Amari and the Night Brothers because she said she wanted some chapter books, and the chapter books that she asked for was Diary of a Wimpy Kid, which is fine. Like that's great and all, but I feel like Amari is like better, and I just love the fact that like the cover has this little black girl with curly hair on the cover, and like that's what she looks like. She's like this little, black girl with curly hair. So I was like, oh, I think she'll like this. So those are the two things that I got for her. So that's gonna go in a nice little gift bag. Um, and I think everything else is like gift cards, so I don't need a bag for. I don't really need to wrap it. The only other gift that I got that could have been wrapped was the one that I got for my mom. But like I said, wrapping is way too hard, and that package is like big and actually it's pretty heavy. So we're not gonna. She's just gonna get it in the box that it came in the mail in, because it would be far too much work to try to wrap that. So yeah, no wrapping of gifts for me this evening. Like I said, I'm really gonna be chilling. I've been off work since Tuesday. Well, yeah, yesterday, and thankfully I don't have to go back to work until next Friday. So I have plenty of time to recover. My plan was to film the announcement video for the 6 and 26. My plan was to film that this week, but now that I'm sick, I'm gonna have to wait a little bit longer to film it. It probably won't get filmed until next week. So just, be patient. That video is coming. I just have to. I don't think anybody wants to see the announcement video with me looking like this or sounding like this. Don't think anybody wants that. So I'm gonna try to wait until I feel a little bit better. I also did take a Tylenol, so if it seems like I get peppier throughout the evening, that is probably why, because it is the Tylenol kicking in. I took it like maybe 20 minutes ago, so we'll see. If I do not get peppier, then that means the Tylenol is not working. Hello, Pri. How are you? Thank you. So, ironically, what was supposed to happen is that it was supposed to be that intro of like the trees, and that's supposed to be like the holding pattern until I'm actually ready to sit down, and then the intro starts. But for some reason, when I was ready for the real intro to start, the outro played instead of the intro, and I was like, okay, no. So then I just like went straight into like streaming. So I don't know why I did that, but for future reference, that is going to be my plan. Is to have like just kind of like holding music, because a lot of times I'm not ready right at 6 o'clock. Also, I know sometimes for people who do actually get the notification, which we know that YouTube is not good about sending out the notification, but for people who do get them, sometimes it takes a while for them to get it. So it kind of just will play for like the first like 2 to 5 minutes or whatever, while people kind of like get their bearings, pour their wine or whatever they're drinking, and get settled. And then the actual intro will start. And that obviously has like a 60-second countdown. So it didn't quite work like it was supposed to today, but hopefully we'll get that figured out in the next couple of weeks, trial and error. But I'm glad that you liked it. Hello, Camilla. How are you? Gonna make dinner and read Blood Slaves. Ooh, nice. I hear good things about Blood Slaves. Thank you. Thank you. Also, let me update what you're reading. Why is this not connecting? Oh, there we go. Did you finish the arrangement, Camilla? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's probably a combination of a bunch of different things. Hello, Mel. I think part of it is that my brother was sick, and he has the upstairs, I have the downstairs. And so I went upstairs for the first time on Sunday, which was the night that I got sick. I went upstairs for the first time. And like this is the first time I've been upstairs since he had been sick. So that probably had something to do with it. Although normally it doesn't happen overnight like that. Like normally if you get infected by something, there's like an incubation period. So the fact that it literally happened within a couple of hours makes me think that maybe that wasn't really what caused me to get sick, and it actually just, made it worse. Also, that same night, I was exposed to a lot of smoke, like not smoke itself, but like I guess secondhand smoke or third hand smoke. I'm not sure which one it is. I guess third hand smoke. So since I was a little kid, I've always had issues with that. So like if I go into someone's house who is a smoker and they have like fabric couches or things like wallpaper, things like blankets, stuff where like the smell of smoke could get like trapped in it. That kind of stuff causes me to have issues with my breathing and stuff. And so even if you like Febreze and you spray the house down and maybe it doesn't smell like smoke, the smoke is still like trapped in these fabrics. So you're still kind of breathing it in. So that happened on Sunday as well. I was exposed to that. And it's been probably years since I've been exposed to that. So that also didn't help either. So I think a combination of those two things just took me down. Having both of those things happen in the same night just was like a 1-2, just took me out. Yes, thank you very much. I'm not sure what side is it. One of these sides, where is it? I think it's this one. You probably can't see it, but like there's a light in here. There used to be a light, well, there still is, but this one is over the N, and there's one here over the R, and there's one here over the U. Obviously, if you've seen Stranger Things and you understand the significance. Um, but I've had this sweater for so long. I probably got this sweater either in 2016 or 2017. So I've had this sweater for almost 10 years. And so currently the only one that's like where the battery still works is the N. The battery stopped working in the other two, unfortunately, but I still love this sweater, so I'm not getting rid of it. Hello to Melon Bree. Thank you. Thank you so much. Gonna be wrapping presents and putting on some Christmas movies. Yeah, I did. I watched some Christmas movies all this week. I watched a couple. I think I'm caught up on all the main ones that I wanted to watch this year. I watched both of Lindsay Lohan's movies on Netflix. The one where she was like a hotel heiress who like had amnesia and forgot who she was. I saw that one. I saw the other one where it's her and Mr. Fitz from Pretty Little Liars, and they are broken up. And I'm not going to spoil it for you guys, but they're broken up, and 10 years later they end up having to unexpectedly spend Christmas together with their new partner. So like she has a new boyfriend, he has a new girlfriend, and their families basically end up having to unexpectedly spend Christmas together. I saw that one. That one I think was actually better than the hotel one. What else did I watch? I just watched the one with Alicia Silverstone. I watched that one today. That was cute. I watched the one with Leah Michelle. I think I told you guys the one with Leah Michelle and Charles Michael Davis. I watched that. That one had a great concept. The dialogue, like the script, whoever wrote the actual script did not do a great job. But like I see where they were going. Like I see what they were trying to do, but the pacing was off, the dialogue was off. So like that one could have used a little bit of work. The acting was fine, but like the writing wasn't great, I'll be honest. I think there was another one that I watched before I watched that one. I just can't think of what it is now. I have not seen the ones that Lacey, I can't think what her name is, but the one that played Gretchen in Mean Girls. I know that she has a couple of Christmas movies on Netflix. I think she has like 3 or 4, and I've only seen maybe like 1 or 2. So I do need to watch those, although I don't know if I'll get to those this year. That might be a next year thing. I think I'm Christmas movied out for the time being. Oh, I watched the one, it's called like Ghosting Christmas Present, and it was about this girl who like went on a date with this guy, like went on a first date. It was an amazing first date. They had a fantastic time. And on her way home from the date, she's texting him and she gets into a car accident and she dies, that's crazy in and of itself. And so obviously he doesn't know that she's dead. So he's upset because he's like, why is she not texting me back? Like, did our date not go as well as I thought it went? Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I won't give too much away, but that was an interesting one. I won't say if it was good or bad. It just was interesting. It's not one that I would recommend, but if you're bored enough, check it out. Gonna be reading an arc of Missing Sam by 30 Umrigar. I don't know if I said that right. A thriller about an Indian American woman who becomes a prime suspect when her wife goes missing after a flight. Interesting. Okay. That is not what I would have been expecting you to read, given the time of year that it is, but you'll have to keep me posted on how this is. You know, I love me a good thriller. Hello to Camilla. Also, let me update that. Did you finish Crank? Let's see. What is it called? Missing Sam. Perfect. Hello, Paco. How are you? Merry Christmas. Still got a couple more hours, but yes, Merry Christmas. As far as I'm concerned, the whole month of December is Christmas, so I accept it. What are you up to this evening? Or I guess for you, it's probably still afternoon. Oh, good. Nice. Excellent. I hear good things about that, so I'm glad that you liked it. All right. We are going to jump into our first sprint. I'm going to start listening to this book and do a little bit of painting and relax my throat. Oh, I forgot to share my screen. I'm like, where's the timer? Let's see. There we go. Perfect. All right. I will see you all back here in an hour. Happy reading. Okay, cool. I will make a note of that. I'll see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. did everyone do? How did your sprint go? Let me see, how far did I get? Does it tell you? What is this? Know when you'll be headed to work. What the heck is this? I don't know what this is. Move out of the way. How do you know what the percentage is? I'm using Audible. This is the first time I've ever used Audible. Does it tell you like how far along you are in the book? Didn't mean to do that. Oh my gosh. Okay. Not what I was trying to do. Okay. Maybe it doesn't tell you how far along you are in something. I honestly can't tell. And I don't know how many hours were in this book before I started, but it says that listening to it at 2 times speed, I have 5 hours and 6 minutes left. But I guess maybe I should have been paying attention when I first started so that I would know like how many hours I had to begin with, because I don't know. And if there is a way on Audible to find out how far along you are, someone let me know, because I don't know how to do it. I've never used this before. But this is the only place that I could find this book in an audiobook format, so here we are. Also, let me switch this back over. There we go. But yeah, other than that, I just listened to that and I worked on more of my painting. So this painting is very tedious, which was not ideal, I'll be honest, but I couldn't find any like simpler Christmassy ones. Well, I guess I could, but they were like so simple that it would have taken me like 5 minutes to do. So it was either like something this detailed and intricate or something that's like I could do in my sleep. So, ooh. Oh, sorry, I felt a little dizzy. I don't know what that was. So yeah, I've been working on that. And yeah, that's literally all I did. I think during the next sprint, I'm gonna go heat up some soup, and probably do another cup of water. I've been doing water with lime because my mom has convinced me that that's what I need to do. So I guess I'll go get another cup of water with lime in it. But yeah, that's how my sprint went. Nothing special. Merry Christmas. 8 a.m. for me, Christmas Day. Oh, that's exciting. Think I continue Princess Switch romancing the star today during sprints. Nice. Excellent. That's awesome that it's already Christmas where you are. That's so crazy that for some people it's already Christmas. That's so wild. That's so exciting. I'm assuming that you celebrate by you saying Merry Christmas morning. I'm assuming that you celebrate. Did you get anything fun for Christmas? Stopping in to hit the like button and say Merry Christmas. We only have a few more hours and we have to be good. That's hilarious. Hello, Molly. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Chris. It's gonna be as fantastic as can be, given the fact that I'm very ill right now. But we're gonna make the best of it. But I hope that you also have a fantastic holiday. Merry Christmas Eve. Tracking Santa, nice. Doing a puzzle with my littles tonight. That's so cute. Hello to Nell and everyone. Hello, Glenda. Merry Christmas Eve. Reading The Dead of Winter, Beware the Krampus and the Other Wicked Christmas Creatures by Sarah Clegg. Enjoying it so far. Nice. It's up there. Also, let me pause the timer. I didn't realize the timer was still going. There we go. Let's see. Did you finish that Lionel Richie memoir, Glenda? Let's see. Dead of Winter. Where the Krampus. Nice. Thank you, Glenda. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Good. That's what I was like. I'm trying to move the microphone a little bit closer to me. That way, since my voice can't travel as far as it normally, because normally it's like pushed back so that it's not in the frame. But I was like, it probably needs to be a little bit closer so that I can talk a little more directly into it. I figured this microphone should be okay because actually I bought this microphone probably like 10 years ago, maybe more than 10 years ago. I bought this microphone because I was originally going to use it for ASMR. So I was like, if I could use it for like a whispering video, then I feel like it should be good enough to pick up on my voice right now. So, hello, Christina. How are you? We have all of our lovely reminders to check your laundry, take your meds, stretch, hit the like button. Thank you so much. Hello to Christina. Hello, Lily. How are you? Welcome in. Hello to Glenda and Christina. Happy holidays. About to start the crash. Also, somehow, I've never used Audible before, but when I went to go download this, you reminded me of this because you're talking about a book by Frida McFadden. But when I went to go download, did you finish The Vampire Lestat, Lily? When I went to go download Merry Christmas, You Filthy Animal, I found that apparently at some point The Housemaid is on here. I don't know if like Audible gave everybody that book for free or something because I didn't download that. So I don't know where that came from. I don't know, like, did they give out like a free gift or something? I'm not sure where that came from, how that ended up in my library. I appreciate it because I do want to read it, especially now that the movie is out. But I was very confused. I was like, where did this come from? Hello to Glenda, Christina, and Camilla. Hello to Camilla, Lily. Happy holidays to you both. Thank you, Glenda. Happy holidays. Hello to Lily. Made ziti for dinner. Waiting for it to finish baking. Also made some cupcakes. Nice. That's the one thing that's going to be disappointing tomorrow is the fact that I probably still won't have much of an appetite. So I'm going to have to tell someone, like, make a plate, save it for me so I can enjoy it later. Hello, Ellen. Surprise day off. Prepping my dressing. Oh, nice. For Boxing Day. Excellent. Wait, dressing? Is that the same thing? Okay. I'm assuming when you say dressing, are you referring to like the thing that's kind of like stuffing but is somehow different from stuffing? And if you are, what is the difference between dressing and stuffing? Because I don't understand. I don't eat either one, so I don't know what the difference is. Yummy. But thank you, Glenda. Thank you so much. 22% into Missing Sand. I'm invested already. Oh, wow. Okay, good. Lime water is yummy. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you. Yeah, it's not too bad. I would have never done this if my mom hadn't told me to do it. I don't even remember why I'm doing this. Like, I don't know what type of benefit it is as to like why she told me to do this while I'm sick, but I'm doing it because my mom told me to. Heat it up, add some honey. Okay. I did not think about that. I have to figure out, okay, so here's the issue with my honey. I have honey, right? It is in a dispenser, but the dispenser is not sealed, if that makes sense. Like, it has a cap on the top and the bottom. The top cap is like a screw on top, but the bottom cap is kind of just like a plug. And so the honey has like, it's like hard from it just being like cold. So I need to heat it up. And I read that you can like put it in like some warm water, it'll warm up, whatever. Um, but I'm scared to put it in the water because I'm scared that the water is gonna like get in through that like bottom cap piece. So I thought about putting it in upside down. I don't know if that's stupid, but that's one of the reasons why I haven't made any tea. It's because I have to have a honey in my tea. And right now I'm having a hard time accessing my honey because of how hard it is and it needs to be heated up. Hello to Mel. Hello to Lily. Tomorrow for my Christmas read, I'll be reading the Kill Clause by Lisa Unger, Christmas thriller novella. Ooh. I need to add that on here so that I remember. I have to see how long that is because I might read that too. Another book that I came across recently, did I say came across? Came across recently. I wanted to start reading the what is it called, the Edens series. And apparently the first book in that series, if you're going by the order that the author like tells you should read it in, the first book in that series is a novella. And I think it's called like Christmas in Quincy. So I might try to read that before the month is out too. We'll see. We'll see. In the middle of making dinner and drinking blackberry wine. I love this for you. I'm living vicariously through you because obviously I can't drink Well, not that I can't drink, but I don't think it will be wise in my condition to drink anything that's like alcoholic. I was originally going to do more spiked eggnog tonight, but it's definitely a bad idea to do anything dairy right now because I'm already struggling with like mucus and like my chest tightening and stuff like that. And dairy is just going to make that worse. Dairy is definitely going to increase my mucus, which I am trying to get rid of all the mucus, not, make it more. So I'm not able to drink any of the things that I wanted to drink tonight. So I'll be living vicariously through you. Ordered a Gilmore Girls planner. Oh, cool. And the 2026 reading journal. Oh, I thought it was going to happen. And Gilmore Girls stickers. Nice. Very cool. I've never. Hold on. I got to get this out. Sorry about that. I could like feel it in my chest. I've never seen Gilmore Girls. That's what I was saying. I've never seen Gilmore Girls, but it is one of the shows that I definitely want to watch. Um, Gilmore Girls, Dawson's Creek, The OC. Those are 3 shows that I can think of off the top of my head that are like older shows that I never watched that I want to at some point go back and watch, just like how I did with One Tree Hill. Still reading. Okay, still reading it. Got it. Awesome. Actually drinking wine because I'm treating myself. Nice. Ooh, Kendall Jackson Cabernet. Nice. Oh, okay. Oh, there is no difference. Okay, so why do people make it seem like it's like I feel like not that I've ever talked about it because like I said I don't eat either one of them, but I feel like I've heard conversations where someone will say something about dressing and then somebody else would be like, oh, somebody would say something about stuffing and somebody else would be like, no, dressing. And I'm just like, are they not the same thing? So thank you for confirming that they are in fact the same thing. What kind of salad dressing are you making? I think putting upside down makes sense. Okay. It's interchangeable in most places, but depending on where you are, the difference is that stuffing is made in. Oh, okay. Maybe that's the difference. Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. That makes sense. Vitamin C boost with citrus. Oh, can you scrape it from the? So I tried to like scrape it, but because of how hard it is, it's like you have to like scrape for a long time to get like a usable amount to be able to put in the tea. It's hard. Oh yeah, I guess I could just run it under the tap water. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Good thinking. I hear great things about it, and I know it's one of Neva's favorite shows. So I do want to watch it at some point. Like it's one of those classic shows. Also Charmed. Charmed is another one of those shows that I never watched growing up. Mainly because like when I was a kid, I really only watched kid channels. I watched Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and Disney Channel. And that was pretty much all I watched until I was like 15. And then once I was like 14, 15-ish, somewhere around that age. Oh, I also watched a little bit of The N, if anybody remembers The N. I watched a little bit of that, obviously Degrassi, 'cause that's the channel Degrassi came on. But also like Radio Free Roscoe or what was it called? Caitlin's Way or something, the show about the girl who like rode a horse or something. I don't even really remember that show too much. Anyway, not important. Bottom line is that I watched pretty much all kid channels. I didn't watch like regular channels. So like I missed all that stuff like Charmed and Gilmore Girls. Like I missed all that because those things didn't come on like regular kid channels. They came on like regular channels. So I missed a lot of that stuff growing up. I love the OC and Dawson's Creek. Yeah, from what I've heard, and I would have to like look this up. I don't actually know when the OC like originally aired, but from what I've heard, I think the OC was kind of like the blueprint. I mean, obviously you have like the old school Degrassi. Degrassi was kind of the blueprint for Beverly Hills, and then Beverly Hills kind of became the blueprint for things like what does that show, Saved by the Bell? You know what I mean? Like that, like slightly different because Beverly Hills isn't. I mean, Not a Sitcom, whereas Saved by the Bell is, but you get the point. But from what I've heard, like, the OC was, like, this century's, like, blueprint for a lot of those shows, like 90210, like, the reboot, Dawson's Creek, One Tree Hill, like, a lot of those shows kind of, like, took a lot of inspiration from the OC, which is one of the reasons why I wanna watch it, because the same way that, like, Buffy was a huge inspiration for Vampire Diaries, like, the OC, from what I've heard, was a big inspiration for all these other shows, so I'm like, I wanna see where did it all begin, you know what I mean? Hello, Cece. Currently studying again. Wanted to be done before spring started, but I've been distracted all day. Hey, it's all good. You know, better to get to it at some point. Better late than never, right? At least you're getting it done. Never seen Dawson's Creek, but I want to. Same. Same. I remember it used to come on. It either came on at the same time as something else that I wanted to watch, because I remember hearing the theme song. But I never got past the theme song because I would always change the channel to something else. So I don't remember what came on at the same time as Dawson's Creek, but that's one of the reasons why I never watched it, because it conflicted with something else that I wanted to watch. Got to page 59 in my book. Nice. Excellent. Regional thing, I think my family uses both kind of interchangeably. One could be more British. Okay. Could be. Could be. One is cooked in the cavity of the poultry, the other is made in a separate dish. Didn't know there was a difference until this year. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's so interesting though, like, that small little detail, like, completely changes, like, what you call it. That's so interesting. Binge Gilmore Girl on Netflix when I was, like, 19. Yeah, at some point, I plan to do the same thing, just like how I binged One Tree Hill last year. It was, like, this time last year when I started binging One Tree Hill, and it took me, like, 3 months to get through all 9 seasons. So, I don't know how many seasons there are of Gilmore Girls or Dawson's Creek or The OC or Charmed, but at some point, I wanna try to make my way through all of those shows. Agreed, okay. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Interesting. Came out when I was 18. I watched OC in my early 20s. Okay, okay. So maybe Dawson's Creek was the blueprint. It's funny because the guy from Dawson's Creek, I don't know what his real name is, and I don't know what his character's name is, but it's the guy with the dark hair. Like, the main character, I think there's like 4 main characters, right? There's, like, Kate Holmes, I know her, and then there's, like, the blonde girl whose name I don't know in real life or on the show, and then there's, like, the blonde guy whose name I don't know, and then there's, like, the dark hair guy whose name I also don't know, right? Those are, like, the 4 main characters, I think, just from what I've gathered from, like, the theme song. I don't know. But the dark haired guy, they did, it was a video that I saw, where they took, like, different clips. I don't know if it was the promo video for the documentary or if it was the documentary itself, but they took, like, different clips, and they took a clip that he had done an interview, this was years ago, and he actually said that Degrassi was, like, the building blocks, like, the foundation for Dawson's Creek. So I thought that was really cool. I was obsessed with Dawson's Creek. Certainly it's late, almost 2 AM here. Oh my gosh, but I study better at night anyway. You know, and that's okay. We were talking about this. So I'm in this program at work called the Aspiring Leaders Program. And one of the things that we have recently talked about, or the thing that we talked about one of our last sessions, was the idea there's, like, a whole, like, science and psychology behind, like, understanding yourself and understanding when you work best doing different types of activities. So I can't explain all of it, like, you would probably have to, like, do some research, like, look into, I'm sure there are, like, books and things that exist and articles that exist, but, at a high level, basically, there's, like, different types of activities. There's, like, activities that require you to use a lot of, like, thinking. There are things that are, like, you don't use a lot of thinking, but they're, like, tedious things that you have to do, but you can kinda turn your brain off while you're doing it. Stuff like folding clothes, right? Like, it's a tedious thing that has to get done, but you don't really have to think about how you fold a shirt. Like, you just kinda go on autopilot, and you just do it, right? But then you have other tasks that actually do require some thinking, like if you're trying to send an email or something, you gotta make sure that what you're saying makes sense and make sure that, there's no typos and stuff like that or whatever. So there's, like, different types of activities, and you have activities that are, like, more, like, physically demanding, like, if you have to, like, pick up boxes or, what unpack or something, whatever. So it's like understanding the different types of activities. And then the second part to it is understanding when you best can do those activities because for different people are different. So some people might be really good at doing like tedious admin stuff in the morning, and maybe they're better at doing physical stuff like after 2 p.m. or vice versa. Some people might be like really physically active in the morning, and so it's better for them to like hit the gym in the morning because if they try to hit the gym later, they're going to be too physically exhausted, So like understanding when you are like at your peak to do these different things. So if you already know that you study better at night, I think that that's great. Like that's a great thing to already know. That way you're not forcing yourself to try to do something at a time that your body or your brain is not ready to do it. So I think that's genius. Like don't feel bad that it's taken you this long to start or to get, to get into your studying. If this is the time that works for you, this is the time that works for you. The dressing is an olive oil, red wine vinegar with mustard and honey. Interesting. Prepping it early because I need it to blend. Already doing a lot of prep tomorrow at my parents'. Nice. I want to taste this. Hello, Lachette. How are you? Happy holidays to you as well. Oh, is that his name? Okay, yes, that guy. Yeah, I'm like, I've never seen the show. The only person who I know is Katie Holmes. That's the only person on the show whose name I actually know. And I don't even know why I know her name, honestly. Happy holidays to Lachette. For a while, I thought One Tree Hill and Dawson's Creek was the same show. That's so funny. I remember when One Tree Hill was out. I'm pretty sure I was in middle school because I remember I would see like the commercials for it. And like I would hear kids talking about it when I would be like going to lunch and stuff. I would hear people be like, "Oh my gosh, so, like, did you see One Tree Hill last night?" And I'm just like, no. I was such a loser in middle school. Talking about Dawson's Creek a little bit, just saying that like it's one of the shows that I've never seen, but I want to watch at some point. The guys all looked the same to me. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Another good show was Felicity. Oh, I don't think I've ever heard of this before. What is Felicity? Hello, Kat. How are you? Finishing up my book gnomes. Nice. Are you sprinting right now, Kat? Love to hate Dawson's Creek. Just plain love the OC. Hello to Kat. Hello to Lily. Never seen Degrassi. Listen, I tell my mother all the time, Degrassi raised me. Almost everything that I learned about navigating relationships, school, friends, anything that I learned it from Degrassi. Like that was who taught me everything. So Degrassi is my life. It has a very special place in my heart. I would say you need to watch it, but at this point, I feel like it won't have the same effect on you. I feel like it's one of those shows that it's so like foundational for like young people. It's interesting that I was thinking about this the other day. I think it was like yesterday, the day before I was thinking about this, that I feel like we don't have any shows. And granted, maybe it's just because I don't have cable or maybe I'm not tapped into the right streaming platforms or whatever. But I don't feel like we have any shows like Degrassi. One of the things that I feel like separates Degrassi from shows like One Tree Hill or Dawson's Creek or the OC and stuff like that is I feel like those shows they started off where the kids are already in high school and so the content is already a little more mature. Excuse me. And I feel like with Degrassi, the original and the 2000s reboot, it starts off with the kids being in like 6th or 7th grade. So it's geared towards a younger demographic to begin with. And the whoever's in that age group kind of ages with the cast. It also was a little bit different. What I think what sets that show apart too is that Degrassi is one of the few shows where the actors are the age that they're supposed to be on the show. You don't have people that's like 21 playing like they're 16. like the actors actually are 16, or if they're supposed to be in middle school, like they actually are like 12 or 13. They're not like 16 pretending to be 13 kind of thing. And I feel like we don't really have any shows like that anymore, which is interesting. And I would love for that to come back because I feel like I learned so much from watching that show that I would love for, like, not that I have kids, but I would love for my kids to have something like that that they could also learn from. And like, sure, they could watch the reruns, but I feel like what was also nice about shows like Degrassi and also like One Tree Hill and all these other shows too, is that they were very much like living in the moment. So like when, God forbid, like when school shootings became like this big thing or whatever, a lot of the shows were doing this on the show to like bring attention, bring awareness and stuff like that. Like when mental health started getting really, really big, they started doing a lot of episodes and storylines that involve like mental health and stuff like that. And I feel like I don't even know, like, what are the kids dealing with right now? I mean, sure, I'm sure they're dealing with some of the same stuff that I dealt with as a teenager or things that my parents dealt with, when they were teenagers. But with technology and stuff now, like there's got to be more stuff going on in these kids' lives that, as someone who's not, in the know, like I don't even know what 6'7" is. Okay. So I can't even imagine what's going on in these kids' lives and these young people's lives. It's like, I don't know how to help you because I don't even know what's going on. I feel like they need a show that like is reflective of their experience that can like help bring awareness to things, also help bring awareness to the parents. I feel like we need something like that. Because we even had like, what was it called? American Teenager, Secret Life of American Teenager. Like we had that. Like we had a lot of shows that were like this. I feel like we don't really have that as much now. I don't know. Do we have that at all? Are there any shows that are doing what these shows used to do back in the day? I don't know. Hello to Cat. Felicity was the TV equivalent of a T. I'm dead. I'm weak. The first episode pissed my whole family off. Oh my gosh. Hello, Jamie. Happy holidays. Yes, happy holidays to you as well. I do my best work after 10 p.m. I'm not ready to start working a 9 to 5. And you know what? I think the fact that you know this about yourself is fantastic because there are people who are far older than you that still don't understand like when they do their best work and they're trying to force themselves into, this 9 to 5 concept or whatever. And if that doesn't work for you, it's going to be really, you're going to be like miserable, right? Trying to force yourself to live a lifestyle that just does not align with like how your brain works, how your brain is set up, how your body functions and stuff like that. So it's good that you know that. And that's just something to keep in mind too, as you're job hunting and stuff like that. Obviously it may not be possible in the very beginning to find a job that's like flexible with the hours and stuff like that, but it's just something to consider like as you, progress in your career, like keep an eye out for like, job opportunities that maybe have like flexible hours or night shift or things like that. Thank you. Thank you. I said this earlier, but had to represent since volume 2 drops tomorrow. Also the background, had to keep it on brand for volume 2, which I'm very excited about. We watched the original Degrassi in 7th grade. Oh, I love that. That's so cute. See, educational. Educational. Hello to Jamie, Lachette, Kat, Cece. Happy holidays to you all. Hello to Glenda. Hello to Mel. Do you mind telling me your name? Oh, it's Mel. Our paths have been crossing a bunch lately. Hello to Glenda. Happy holidays to you and your family. The teen show that raised me was My So-Called Life. I feel like I've heard of this before, but I've never seen it. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I will say that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is my second favorite sitcom of all time. My number one favorite sitcom of all time is Boy Meets World, and then it's Fresh Prince. So like Degrassi is my favorite show of all time, like just like regular like drama series, whatever. Whereas Boy Meets World is my favorite sitcom. And then like my number two favorite like, drama series, whatever, is Vampire Diaries. And my number two favorite sitcom is Fresh Prince. Sure, Cat, my name is Mel. Hello to Glenda. Nice to meet you, Mel. You need to watch My So-Called Life. Is it streaming on something? What is it on? I feel like I've heard of this show, but I don't know like when was it out? What channel was it on? Is there somewhere I can watch it currently? Like who has this? What streaming platform has this? Nice to meet you too, Kat. Oh, okay. I do have Hulu, so if it's on there, I definitely can add that to my list of shows that I want to watch. Came out in like 11. Oh, in 96. Oh, okay. Okay. So it's not like an 80s show. Okay. I'll have to look into that. Early 90s, I think it started the teen drama craze. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I've not heard of this. Not heard of this show. I mean, I've not seen this show. I've heard of it. How many seasons did it have? I'm kind of curious. I'm also curious to know if there's anybody on the show like that I would recognize, like cast what Jared Leto. What? For real? Wilson Cruz? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Fair enough. Oh yeah, Freaks and Geeks was another show that I only watched like one or two episodes of, but I wanted to watch it because I assumed that it would be funny. Just because of who's in it. It just seems like a show that would be hilarious. But I never really got into it. Interesting. Okay. Where did I leave off at in the comments? Oh, it only had one season? Oh, interesting. Hello, Tennille. How are you? Merry Christmas. It's deep though. Okay. Just finished watching the Muppet Family Christmas and Wrapping Presents. Nice. That name sounds familiar, but when I looked at her picture didn't look familiar. But that name sounds familiar. I don't know where I would know her from. I'm like looking at her, like her movies and stuff. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. That was an accident. I don't think that she's been in anything that I've watched, but I definitely know that name. I just don't know why I know her name because I don't think I've seen any of her work, which is interesting. This is Charlotte. Yeah, Jared Leto. Yeah, that name I definitely know. I definitely know who he is for sure. Hello to Neil. Hello to Lily. Oh, okay. That I have seen. That I have seen. You know my boy Leo. Okay, he is problematic as a human, but still fine nonetheless. Okay. All right. We are going to jump into our next sprint. There we go. Let me move this out of the way. All right. I was just gonna say Romeo and Juliet is what people younger would know. Yep. That's probably the only thing that I've seen of hers, and I would have never known that that was her name because I obviously was only focused on Leo the whole time. All right. I will see you all back here in an hour. I'm gonna go heat up some soup and listen to more of this book and maybe do some more painting or something. And I'll see y'all back here in an hour. Happy reading or whatever it is you're gonna be doing for the next hour. How did everyone do? How did what just happened? Um, I don't know what's happening right now. This happened earlier during the sprint. This happened, and I don't know why. I don't know what StreamYard is doing. I don't even know. I don't know how to fix this because I don't know what the problem is. There we go. That was weird. Anyway, how did everyone do? I let's see, where does it say that I'm at? It says that I have 4 hours and 16 minutes left. So moving right along through this book, which is good. Well, listening to it at 2 times speed, I have 4 hours left. So that probably means that in real life I have like 8 hours left, something like that. But yeah, it's interesting. I will say that I am enjoying this so far. I um I didn't really know what to expect. I've never read anything by Megan Quinn before, so I really didn't know if I was gonna like it. But I'm enjoying it. I like the way that the story is written, or like the way that the story is told. I enjoy it when characters break the fourth wall, and I like the way that it's like intentionally breaking the fourth wall because you have like this narrator who is intentionally talking directly to you as the reader, but then you have characters that are in the story that the narrator is telling you. You have characters that are in the story that are talking to the narrator, which is funny. I've never seen that done before in a book, so I think that's entertaining the way that it's written, and it's comical. It's definitely I haven't really gotten so much to the rom part, but heavy on the com. So I assume that it's only a matter of time before the romance piece, kicks in. But I'm enjoying it so far. Reading this, it makes me wonder because I know that this is part of like a series or like a set of like interconnected standalones, which obviously I have not read any of them because like I said, this is the first book by this author that I've ever read. So I'm wondering now, like, are the other books written in the same like way in the same style? Because if they are, I could be persuaded to go back and read, whatever ones came before this one. I could be persuaded to go back and read those because I like the way that this one is written. But yeah, I had some soup. I did make another cup of water with lime, and I added some honey to it per Helen's recommendation. So I did that. What else? I did some painting. I didn't do a whole lot of painting. I get it, whole. Anyway, didn't do a whole lot, but I'm working on like that lighter green shade. That's the color that I'm working on right now. So that's about as far as I got. I really only painted for like the last like 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Because like the first 30, I was in the kitchen making my lime water, trying to heat up the honey, and also warming up the soup so that I could eat some soup. So by the time I finished doing all that and came back to the computer, there was only 30 minutes left on the clock. So I ate the soup and then I started painting. So that was what I did during that sprint. How did you all do? We got some Christmas trees and some bowls and presents and books. I think, was this, I'm not sure what this is referring to. Hello to Glenda, Camilla, Casey, and Mel, and everyone. Supper is ready. Ham, cheesy rice, Brussels sprouts, nice. Baked sweet potatoes, and we're watching One Christmas Eve. Nice. Finished my book, Gnomes, 5 stars. Excellent. Hold on. Hello, Elena. How are you? I'm good. I'll be reading Salt Bones by Jennifer and the Given. Let's update that. Did you finish Christmas Fling? That's the other book that I wanted to read this month, but I don't think that I'll get to it. I probably won't get to that this month because the next book on the list is Good Spirits. I definitely want to get to that before this year ends. But did you finish Christmas Fling, Elena? Let us know. No, you're ready. So, I'm gonna have a really bad headache by the time this is all over. A headache from like coughing so much. Oh, Siri. Okay, I wasn't asking you to help with my headache. Relax. Nobody was talking to you, girl. Hello, Christina and Elena. Could y'all hear her talking about something? I can't help you with that, girl. Nobody talking to you. Hello to Christina and Elena. Yay for finishing. Ati will be sprinting at 10:15. Here's the link. Thank you so much, Glenda. I hope you have a great Christmas and Happy New Year. If I don't see you around, I'll be sprinting on January 2nd. Nice. I can feel my throat like trying to dry out as I'm talking. I ate dinner, read 30 pages. Nice. Hello to Christina. Yay for finishing Cat. 32% into Missing Sam. The bigots that are being racist to our MC has my blood boiling. Oh, wow. I read the first two chapters of The Golden Compass, but now it's 10 p.m. and I might watch YouTube. Nice. Really enjoying the book, though. Curious to see what actually happened to Sam and where she is. Interesting. I don't know why my camera is like doing this weird zoom in thing. I don't know what that is. I don't know why it's doing that. Ate dinner, watched a podcast, updated my planner and journal. Nice. Very productive sprint. Next sprint, I'm wrapping presents, watching one of the Lindsay Lohan Christmas movies. Ooh, which one? Have you, whatever the one is that you are going to watch, have you already seen the other one or have you not watched either one? Hold on. Hello to Bree. Happy holidays. Hello to Lily. Also, my husband gave me my presents early. I'm so excited. He got me new kitchen cookware I've been wanting and some books. Nice. Very exciting. I feel like I already know what I got for Christmas. I'm pretty sure I already know. So, like, I feel like that's one of the things, like, as you get older, Christmas isn't, it's like the surprise element. It's not that Christmas isn't like fun, like, getting gifts is like cool. But like part of what used to make it fun as a kid was like you didn't know like what Santa was or was not going to get off your list or whatever. And if you got everything on your list and it was like, oh my gosh. But I feel like now it's like I pretty much know what I'm getting. I don't think that I'm going to get anything that's going to be a surprise, if that makes sense. So it's one of those things where like I'm not even like I don't know if I'm gonna get to see my family and stuff tomorrow just because like I'm sick and I don't want to get anybody else sick. Um, but like it will be driving me crazy, right? If I wasn't gonna be able to see them and like I didn't know what I got for Christmas, like having to wait to find out what you got for Christmas. So because I already know, or I'm pretty sure I know, it's like I can wait until Saturday or Sunday, whatever day I get better to get it because I already know what it is. I like emojis for when we go on sprints, so I think okay, cool. Finished breakfast. Been reading Priory of the Orange Tree. Ooh, that's a chunker. How is that going? Also, let me update that. Sorry, I got distracted. I got a Stranger Things notification on Twitter. I'll have to look at that later. You got distracted. Let's see. Did you finish Merry Christmas, You Filthy Animal? Since I am currently reading that right now, did you finish that? And if you did, how was that? Also, I think you were reading Bow of Thieves, which is the sequel to the last book that I finished. Because I had just finished I think I was still reading Dance of Thieves when you were reading Bow of Thieves. So I'm curious if you finished that one as well. Our reading tends to been lining up a lot. I also see that on here at some point you were reading Alchemy of Secrets, which I was just going through my holds on Libby recently, like earlier today. I was going through my holds just to see if there's stuff that I have on hold that like I don't need to have on hold, stuff that where I'm like, oh, I'm not going to read that, or I already read it and it just never took it on hold or whatever. And I saw that book is on, the Alchemy of Secrets book is on my hold list. And I was like, why is this? Like, how did I even come across this book? But it's probably because of you. Seems like our reading has been aligning, although I am not making any promises to read Priory of the Orange Tree. That book is far too big for me to even attempt. I hear good things about it, but it's way too big. It's not for me. It's too chunky. That's so awesome. Love Priory of the Orange Tree. Hope you're enjoying it. Thank you, Lily. We'll be sprinting January 2nd, 10 a.m. Pacific. Can you send me the link? I'm not sure what link you're talking about. Hello to Sky. Hello to Elena. Our Little Secret. I think I might have seen the other one. They aren't related. They are standalones, right? I didn't read the blurb. Our Little Secret. Which one is that? Is that the one? I think that's the one with Ezra, right? Mr. Fitz from Pretty Little Liars. Yeah. So Our Little Secret, in my opinion, out of the two, because she has Our Little Secret, and what's the other one called? Oh, the other one is called Falling for Christmas. So between Falling for Christmas and Our Little Secret, I personally think that Our Little Secret is better. That's just my opinion. I think the whole like I think it's funnier. I also like I feel like I don't know that I've ever seen Mr. Fitz in a role that wasn't him playing Mr. Fitz. You know what I mean? So like getting to see him play this different role, like his character is like kind of funny, you know. I like their dynamic. I like the storyline. I thought the cast did a really good job. Like the acting was good. What's the lady's name? I can't think of what her name is. Hold on. Uh, look up. I did look up the cast. Oh, Kristen from Wicked. What is her name? Kristen Chenoweth. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mute it. But I thought that she did a fun. She did a good job. Her character is fun. She's insufferable but fun. Like, yeah, I just think that overall the story is it's a good story. It's a better story than the other one. So out of the two, I think you picked a good one. And no, they're not related to each other. They're completely unrelated movies. So it doesn't matter which one you watch first. No, it's good. I'm enjoying it. Okay. Been a while since I did not see you on Spritz. Well, I'm usually here every Wednesday, which does remind me, since we're here, I'll say this again before we leave. But next week, we will be doing sprints early. The same thing that we did for, what was it, Thanksgiving? I think we did this. Um, or maybe it was the day before Thanksgiving. I can't remember. But we did this a while ago, or like a couple of weeks ago, where we started sprints at 4 instead of 6. So that is what we will be doing next week for sprints. Sprints will be starting early next week because the final episode of Stranger Things drops next Wednesday. And so I want to be out of here, you know, done with the sprints by 8 p.m. so that I can go watch the finale. So we'll be starting early and we'll do like 4 to 7:30 or something along those lines next week. It might be 3 to 7, might be 4 to 7:30. I don't exactly know, but just know that we'll be starting early next week so that we can be out of here in time for the premiere of the finale. Finished that 2 days ago. Love Val. Okay. Now, I was disappointed with how Dance of Thieves ended. I'm not going to lie. I got to the end of it and I was just like, what? Like, that's how it ends? I was very upset. So I don't know if I will read Vow of Thieves because I feel like there should have been more closure to something at the end of Dance of Thieves. And I feel like we didn't get that. It almost reminded me, I think, is it called All of Us Villains? Yeah. All of Us Villains does that too, where it ends and it's just like, what the heck? Like, what a crazy place to end the story. Like, I don't like when books do that. And I haven't read the sequel to that book either. So I don't know if I'll read Vow of Thieves. I feel like if I were to read it, it wouldn't be anytime soon. And because of how long I know it'll be before I realistically get around to it, by then I likely will have forgotten what happened in the first book. And I don't think I would be willing to reread the first book in order to then read the second book. I don't know. There would have to be like some very convincing reason for me to do that. And right now, I'm just not feeling it. And it's not that Dance of Thieves was like a bad book. I'm trying to remember what I gave it. I don't even know. What star rating did I give it on Storygraph? Probably a 3 point something. Let's see. I gave it a 3.75. So not a bad rating, not a bad book by any means. I was very upset with how it ended. I didn't feel like that was an appropriate way to end that book. 4 stars, okay. That's for doing December 27th at 4:30 a.m. Sheesh, that's super early. All you early birds out there. Yeah, they're standalones. I watch both, enjoy both movies. My YouTube channel. Thank you, Glenda. There's the link to Elena's sprints. Finished my sprints for the evening, hopping off to watch a Christmas rom-com. You're welcome. Have fun watching your movie. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, Kat. All right. Normally, I would probably read one of the little like truth or dare things, but that would require me to do more talking, and I don't want to do that. So we are going to jump into what will probably be our final sprint for the evening, but we'll do a regular hour-long sprint instead of this being like a shorter sprint. We'll have this be like a regular hour-long sprint for our final sprint, which is rare. I don't normally do that. Usually our last sprint is always shorter, whether it's like 45 or 30. But I don't have to work tomorrow, so there's no like rush in terms of like how long the sprint can be. If anything, the rush is how long the chatty bits are so that my throat is not dying, So let's get our timer pulled back up. That's not the right one. There we go. Boom. Perfect. Is there anyone here that is planning to watch Volume 2 of Stranger Things when it drops tomorrow? And then obviously Volume 3, like the finale, next week. I know Jamie was here earlier. I'm not sure if there's anybody else that is like a, diehard fan in the building. If you're not a diehard fan, you should be. You should watch all 4 seasons, catch up, and join us as we all experience this final season together. Highly recommend. But yeah, that's my little soapbox for Stranger Things, my little plug, for Stranger Things. But yeah, we're gonna jump into this last sprint. I'm going to do some more painting, listen to more of this book, trying to get through as much of this as I can because we're supposed to have our discussion for my book club on the 27th, so I don't have a lot of time to get this finished. I literally just started it tonight, so trying to get through this as quickly as I can. So yeah, that's all I'm planning on doing is listening to more of this book and doing some painting. So I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading or winding down or whatever it is you're going to be doing for the next hour. back. That was our final sprint of the evening. How did everyone do during that last sprint? What did you guys end up doing during that last sprint? I listened to, hopefully, you guys can still hear me because I have my head down because I'm trying to finish this last little square because it's so tiny that if I don't finish it now, if I try to come back to it later, I won't even remember where it was. But during that sprint, I listened to more of a book. I am now, it says I have 3 hours and 26 minutes left, which, like I said, I don't know how long this book was to begin with, but I'm on chapter 15 now, which hopefully is a good amount of the way into this. How many chapters are there in this altogether? There are 32 chapters. Okay. So I'm like a little less than halfway through, probably. I would say that I'm maybe like 40 something percent in. That's what I'm going to guess, is that I'm 40 something percent of the way into this since I can't actually tell percentages. But yeah, I listened to that, worked on more of my painting. The trees are slowly coming along. Yeah, this painting is tougher than I anticipated it being, just because the some of these little blocks, like they're just so teeny tiny, like you can't even probably like see some of them. They're just so little. That makes it very challenging to do. But it's keeping me occupied, it's giving me something to do, and that was kind of the whole point of me even wanting to do the sip and paint type of situation in the first place, was so that I could listen to an audiobook and like have something to occupy my hands. I know some people do like diamond painting, which isn't really my speed just because I don't like having to keep up with all the little pieces. I feel like it's a lot easier to just have like, a little thing of paint, you know what I mean? Like, boom, this is it. And then once you're done with the painting, you just toss it out, right? Just, it's less to keep track of. But yeah, some people do diamond painting, some people like crochet or knit and stuff. I don't know how to do those things. So, but a nice little like paint by numbers, that's simple enough that I know how to do that much. So it's going well. I was hoping that I would have this finished like by Christmas, which even if I were to continue to work on this, there's no way that I'm going to finish this in the next hour and 40 minutes or whatever. So it's fine. I'll continue to work on this. I probably won't work on it again until next Wednesday, but I should be able to get a pretty good amount of the way into it because I don't have very many numbers left. I think I just have 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, and 8. I think that's it. And I have to finish 10. I was working on 10 during that last sprint. So I have to finish 10. And then I just have 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, and 8. And then I'll be finished. And 6 is just white. So I don't really have to do 6, you know? But yeah, that's how my sprint went. But I took this off. There we go. But how did everyone else's sprint go? We were talking about Stranger Things. Cece said, I wish I could. Still haven't made it past season 2. It's funny because I was talking to, so you guys know that I started going back to the gym. And one of the trainers at the gym, I was talking to her about Stranger Things. And she was like, she started watching when it came out and she couldn't get past season 2. She like just couldn't get into it. She wasn't really feeling it. She was like, eh. I was like, listen, that is understandable because even the cast, if you ask the cast, ask anybody, just don't ask Noah Schnapp, like don't ask him, he doesn't count. But ask anybody else on the show what season is their least favorite season, or just ask them to like rank the seasons in order of like the one they like the most to the one they like the least. And I can almost guarantee you that all of the cast members, with the exception of Noah, they will probably all say that season 2 is their least favorite season. It's probably going to be a toss up between season 2 and season 3, But I think most people will probably say that season 2 is their least favorite. So like if season 2 is the season that you're hung up on, I would say like obviously like you need to study, like school is the focus right now, but when you have some time, just power through season 2, okay? It gets better, I promise. But you do need to know, hold on. You do need to know the information in season 2 in order for you to understand like the rest of the show. So like when I talk about the Vampire Diaries, I tell people like just skip season 7. You don't need to watch season 7. Well, Stranger Things, you do have to watch season 2, but everybody understands if you don't really like it. Like it's okay. Sometimes you just got to get through it, you know. So once you get past season 2, I feel like it'll pick up from there. Jamie said, "Absolutely, we'll be watching tomorrow. Perfect. I don't have the time to binge it right now, so I'll watch it at the end of January. Cool, cool. I want to hear your thoughts once you get through it. Because by the end of January, all of season 5 will be out, so you can watch that all the way straight through. Planning to rewatch episode 4. Yes, I probably will do that as well. I need to rewatch. Oh, I want to rewatch the whole volume 1 of season 5. Like the what was it, like 4 episodes? I want to rewatch all 4 just so that it's like fresh in my brain when the next set of episodes drop at 8 o'clock. Nicole is sprinting. Thank you very much, Glenda. Oh, oops. Thank you, Glenda. You're welcome, Elena. Read another 10 pages. Gonna watch a video to the next chatty bit. Nice. You're welcome, Camilla. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, happy holidays to you as well. Good night. Happy holidays to you too, Camilla. Hello, Melody. Just hopping in before bed. Wish you all a very Merry Christmas. So grateful I found this community this year. I hope you all have a wonderful holiday. You as well. Thank you so much. Also, Melanie, I know that I said, if you're still here, I know that I said that I was going to be filming the video this week. Um, if you can't already tell, I mentioned this at the beginning of the sprints. I came down with what is likely some form of the flu on Sunday. So I have not filmed anything. I probably will not film anything until next week once I sound a little bit better and can actually talk without coughing up a lung. So just bear with me, hang in there. The video is coming. It's not ready yet. Like I cannot film in this condition right now. Hello and Merry Christmas to you too, Melanie. Merry Christmas, Melanie. Amy is also sprinting. Excellent. Watching a friend's live currently. Eat dinner. Kind of packed. Oh wait, where are you going? Are you talking about for the food stuff? Okay. Almost done wrapping. I'm enjoying our little secret so far. Yeah, I liked it. I had a good time. I thought it was fun. It was fun. It was funny. I think all the actors did a great job. The storyline I thought was pretty interesting. So I hope that you like it. I got a few chapters read in a study in Scarlet Women. We'll have to update that. So, sorry. I should have muted that. That's my bad. Trying to do too many things at once. Trying to like update the tracker. Uh, did you finish? I'd really prefer not to be here with you, Jamie. Study in Scarlet Women. Excellent. Yeah, I haven't done a pay by numbers in ages. I used to love those as a kid. Yes. I got back into doing them because we actually did it as an activity at work. We do like a team bonding thing once a month, and so I think it was back in June or May or something. We had done one, and we all got together one day. It was like we had like a 2 hour window. It was from like 1 to 3 or something like that, where we like got together in a conference room, and they had bought a bunch of paint by numbers, and you just came in and picked one or whatever, and you just did it. And they had like ambiance music playing in the background, and we just sat around and painted and just like talked about TV shows and books and whatever. It just was like a nice way to kind of de-stress and like not think about work in the middle of the workday. And ever since then, I've been like, you know what, this was kind of a vibe. So I started buying them like just for myself to do them. They're very fun. Thank you, Christine. Oops. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for being here. We have all of our final reminders of the evening. Make sure you check your laundry if you haven't already. Take your meds, stretch, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new here and you're not already subscribed. Merry Christmas and or Happy Holidays to everyone from Christina. I just need to know who dies in season 5. That way I can try not to get too attached to them. Listen, I'm also very concerned about this because I've heard a couple of names be thrown around, but I don't actually know if the names that I've heard are accurate or if people are just trolling or speculating. I really don't know. There's probably like 3 names that I've kind of heard, maybe. And I'm just like, I don't like 2 of the options. I just don't like. Like, please don't kill those 2 characters. The third one, I'm like, you can kill them. I'm fine with that. But I just don't understand how the story would like be resolved or like come to an end if that character dies. Like I feel like there's a lot of like loose ends that would be left if that character dies. So I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know where we're going for this. But no, you don't need to know any of the characters. You need to suffer through like the rest of us did, where you get attached to all these amazing characters and then they get ripped away from you and you cry your heart out. You need to suffer just like we all did. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Yes, happy holidays to everyone. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Back, but on a TV binge. Nice. Who are you watching? Hello to Paco and hello to Helen. Awesome. You just say, listen, and those are 2 of the names that I've been hearing get thrown around. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why are we even talking about this? Let's not do that. I don't feel like that's for the greater good of anyone. I don't think that's necessary. We don't have to do that. But there's a third name that I've kind of heard thrown around. And I'm just like, I don't see how we could kill this character. Like, I feel like there would be a lot of loose ends if we killed off this other character. So, how would that even work? Not Real Housewives, I've fallen down a rabbit hole. Nice. That's hilarious. I've actually never watched a full episode of any of the Real Housewives. And there's like so many different ones. Like Atlanta, Potomac, and isn't there like Orange County? There's so many. I've never watched a full episode of any of them. All right, folks. Thank you so much for being here and for bearing with me while I've been ill and my voice has sounded like there's a Demogorgon stuck in it, you know? Oh, there's a Salt Lake one? Didn't know that. It's so messy. Oh my gosh. Orange Cat, okay. Yeah, I've never watched any of them. But yeah, I appreciate you guys bearing with me. One final reminder next week, since we were just talking about Stranger Things, next Wednesday, the final episode of the series is dropping, which means we will be starting our sprints early next Wednesday. So instead of us starting at 6 Eastern, we will likely be starting closer to 4. Could be a little bit earlier. But for now, we're going to say 4. And we'll probably do like 4 to 7:30-ish, something along those lines. So if you weren't here when I made that announcement earlier, I'm making the announcement again because I will be in front of that television at 8 o'clock to watch the finale. Hopefully everybody else will be too. But if you're not, hey, that's on you. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Hopefully I don't sound like this next week. Have a wonderful holiday. Whatever it is that you celebrate, enjoy the time with your loved ones and your families. Eat lots of great food. Try not to get sick like I did. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye.